If not by you, I grieve. If not by you, I grieve. That my promised land someday promising. That my promised land someday promising. I just realized that I've had a song stuck in my head for 3 or 4 days, and it's one of the only AI songs that I freestyled into existence recently. And it's an interesting coincidence that the one AI song that has been drilled into my mind, like set like concrete, is the one that I actually freestyled. And I've just remembered that part. Like I didn't. Whoa, who just texted me? Do I want to know? Oh, it's probably just a notification that I'm live. No, it wasn't. Okay. Yo, it was. Okay, that's funny. I'll react. Oh my god. Okay. Kind of funny. You're accusing somebody of. Wow, this is ugh. Okay. Uh, Somebody just accused me of ghosting them yesterday, and I'm like, I am so freaking lost in my own thoughts and feelings right now. Like, and I told this person, like, they invited me to lunch, and I'm like, I'm having intrusive thoughts so bad. There's not one thing I could eat in the universe. I barely ate food yesterday. I drink a lot of coffee. I didn't get sick from the coffee, but so he's like, what was the wording? Let me know if there's anything that can make you feel better. I'm like, there's not, there's really not. What are you gonna do? Let me know if trying to manipulate you can make you feel better. Cool. Thanks. I wrote some really satisfying songs yesterday. It was kind of funny. I have an album that I'm releasing soon called Pink Moon Country of my country songs. And at first I felt like I was just writing songs to pad the heck out of Pink Moon Country. And then these songs are like not even the same album. And I'm like, oh crap, I just wrote a new album. It's called Scorched Earth Breakup album. Um, I love these songs, but they're so sad. I'm like editing these songs last night, and it was just like, it was just like so sad, 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 sad. Oh, when I was a preteen, when I was 13 years old, I was introduced to Bright Eyes, Connor Oberst. I didn't really think I would be writing like something sadder than him, but here we are. I don't know. I guess I didn't really want sadness. I wanted anger. Oh, can you tell? Joy. It's supposed to be 100 degrees today. Maybe not. Maybe I'm fucking. No, I'm not. Tomorrow is supposed to be 100. And the next day, and the next day. I don't hate it. I get cold. I have thyroid problems, and my temperature runs at like, this is 97 degrees instead of 98. So, like, I get cold from this stupid air conditioner. This air conditioner needs to cool the living room, which is like impossible. And so, even if it's like 95 degrees, I'm still in this bedroom freezing. And I have a roommate who gets aggro if I turn off the air conditioner. So I'm like trapped in a cold, sad place. So at least when it's 100 degrees, I'm a little bit less cold. We'll talk about duality. Oh, my existence irks the living bejeebus out of me. Wow, what the heck is under my fingernail? I did not mean to flip you off. What? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Okay. You know what? There is nobody here. And oh shoot. I just realized I haven't left the house in a long time. I'm struggling with facing that I'm superhuman. Not like a superhero, but like incredibly human. I look like my mom. Ah, I look like an angry 30-year-old woman. I probably don't look like other 30-year-old women. Anyway, I don't care anymore. I don't. I feel such an aversion towards ingesting anything right now. I usually tease people when they say morning instead of good morning, but this is a terrible morning. Not to cast the whole deal, not to cast the whole day into my own emotions. I used to be friends with this guy who was known for only saying good morning on Friday, and he also like complained about being super depressed. And I'm like, bro, you only think one day out of the week is a good morning. That's already setting yourself up for whatever. But yeah, I wrote you an album. I signed up for the music distribution company, and then I buried myself in records or I buried myself in EPs and albums instead of releasing anything. I feel kind of retarded or something. But it's good. Usually artists have the opposite problem. I just signed myself to my own record label and I made like 10 albums. So let's go. Hmm. Just gonna sit here and tantrically blank. Do you know anything about chakras? Do you know stuff like this can give you spiritual awakenings? My chakras first opened because somebody dumped me in 2016. Somebody dumped me, and I had a spiritual awakening at the gym. I started having intense spiritual reactions that usually people need to work for in a certain way, but I have negative ones of those. So I have incredible spiritual experiences on my negative experiences, which probably makes me more willing to pursue intensely negative spiritual situations. My bad. I don't really acknowledge that as fully as I should. Wait, I do. I do with the new ones. Well, I was like, I'm into you because you're crazy and you're gonna do weird things to me spiritually. And then I pulled the brakes because I'm like, no, wait a minute. I'm able to connect the deepest spiritually so far to people who are incredibly mentally ill. I almost want to say the deeper the mental illness, the easier I can get in, which is weird. This doesn't go without fail, but I mean, like, my most intense spiritual connections included some deep, out of touchness. This is duality at its finest. I keep on forgetting that Mr. We'll call him Mr. Menace, and we're talking about a particularly blue-eyed boy. He's not quite blonde, but almost blonde. I forgot what I was even going to complain about him for. Ah. Oh, I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. Of course you would forget to protect yourself from certain elements in the world. Put your S on blast. Okay. Fun. Are you done with the... Are you done with the straight edges? You are one of those pairs of scissors that makes the ribbon curling, as if you are those scissors, as if you want that paper, as if you want that cutting that way. Are you done with your straight edges? Are you done with your ascension from oblivion? Are you done with your straight edges? Would you like to walk the crooked plank? Would you like to go absolutely insane? Are you done with your straight edges? Would you like to walk off the crooked plank with them again? Are you done with your straight edges? Are you ready for the cannonball? Or have you taken all your weapons away? Have you taken all your walking away? Have you taken all your oblivion away? Have you taken away the staircases too? Have you taken away your staircases too? Have you taken away your staircases to oblivion? Have you taken a shortcut to the equivalent of oblivion? Have you taken a shortcut to your intended oblivion? Have you taken a shortcut to get your oblivion? Isn't it fun when artists reference existing songs? I just felt like I stopped play on a track I was listening to. Oh, what is reality? This is green tea from last night that I made to stave off caffeine withdrawal. I want to take my one step closer to oblivion that I allow myself to take. Be right back. Oh Lord. Oblivion Junior. oblivion that doesn't make your teeth fall out. Whoa. Every decision you make that honors your body is a good decision. Oh no. That statement made me just think like, oh boy, I'm gonna be celibate physically forever. Wow, I just said physical celibacy, and then I imagine my spiritual everything. Oh, to be spiritually celibate. I can't afford that. On the I used to do that all the time instead of being able to talk. It was kind of whatever. I like it now because I'm hardly ever like that anymore. Perspective is so weird. I love. Pardon me while I speak in tongues. Wait. I just remembered that anything I can't say means that I am blocked or something. Or scared. Uh-oh. I was gonna tell you about this beautiful spiritual concept that I firmly believe and that I try to teach. And the spiritual concept is that all your lovers are one. And I said, uh-oh, because it got a little, it gets a little sketchy after that. Because ego death is a little sketchy. Because not only are all your lovers one, but all the people who aren't your lovers are one. So there's that. It all kind of spirals. It all kind of gets kind of big. After my spiritual awakening, I like the crashing in the background. What is music? After my spiritual awakening, I felt like my life got kind of taken over by spiritualism. I used to like imagine who I was before my spiritual awakening. Hi, Hua. I used to imagine who I was before my spiritual awakening and the type of things that I liked and the person who I was. I grieved my old personhood. It's definitely something that happens. You grieve your old set of understandings. You grieve not knowing, and you don't really know anything, spoiler alert, but I mean, the illusion that one knows anything is a beautiful farce. We're all on equal footing. But yeah. So, in the realm. Oh. I want to cry, but I don't want you to feel like you made me cry. And like, I'm totally down to cry for the person who I was before those things, but certain things. Because there was absolutely multiple things in my life that made me into different people. There was one that I spent 3 years going to work for. And there is nothing like the woman I was before and after that. And I used to grieve that vividly, and I don't anymore. Or like, but yeah, I appreciate the person I am now more than I grieve that transition. And I also acknowledge that transition allowed me to be the person who I am today. But, bro, the fire and passion and life in my heart and my soul and my body existed differently before and after these events in a way that almost brings me some amount of shame to talk about. Like I wasn't able to maintain who I was because of what happened to me in the world, and that still doesn't seem fair. Oh, but that was one of the hardest pills to swallow, that I deserved it karmically. And if you swallow that one, then maybe you can breathe. But it still hurts when every day your karma seems really weird and like stuff that you didn't set up, or like stuff that you couldn't possibly deserve in this lifetime. I wonder if I should officially exonerate myself in this moment, because like what's happening with these relationships feels really like, and I'm not even talking about the one we're on. I'm talking about all of my relationships feel really weird. Like super weird. And I noticed a long time ago that I felt like my karmic destiny was being dropped into a vat of extreme mental illness of my own, of my family, of my everybody I ever met, basically. Like, my battle is the the world's illness or something. And it's also funny because you can like let go. Also, there's so many different options. Also, in spirituality, they say it, they should say it all the time. I don't know that they do say it. All the days. I don't know that all the days do say it, but I'm the they that is going to tell you there is no one path. Even bro with his bull in the china shop vibe, that's a path. That's a crazy energetic path. Just getting blasted by me, getting blasted by you energetically, that's probably some kind of spiritual strategy at the end of the day. Some weird autistic strategy towards spiritual awakening, getting blasted by some deities. Because if you take away the no good or no bad, and this is what autistic people actually struggle with. And when I first heard this suggestion, and not even of my own autism, I don't necessarily feel that I struggle with this. I lean into it and I'm aware of it. I don't really struggle with my willingness. I understand my willingness. Or I'm beginning to deeply understand my willingness. Almost like my willingness is a self-destructive flare that I haven't extinguished, and I allow other people to. Oh, I allow my tantric partners to self-destruct me, but I won't self-destruct myself, or I try not to. Anyway, fine. So, the first time I ever heard the theory that autistic people have a problem with good or bad energy reception, and it made total sense. Like, spoiler alert, my closest brother in age is autistic. And it was actually an amazing moment when I realized how much he influenced me. And yeah, I was 5 years older than him, but he still influenced me because I was still 5. I got taught to freak the F out. And even though I'm not autistic, I got like taught how to be autistic in a really vivid context. Like nobody corrected us for a long time. So we got like a decade of being ragingly autistic, like putting holes in things and destroying everything. I did. But also my stepfather put holes in everything. So we all got taught in a giant circle to F the F out. Oh, and then they left me. So I had to learn not to do that by myself, basically. Which is probably just as well. Also, my mother didn't leave me. I left her. That was a stab at my stepfather, which I have not stabbed ever because it was a weird moment when I realized that I didn't process the loss of my stepfather because I viewed him as my sibling's father, but not my own. And I realized that I was just looped and that I had a whole dad that I didn't even mourn the loss for in the slightest bit. And I was like, whoa, bro. Not to mention that loss was pretty intense because that loss was like totally catalyzed or the catalyst of that loss was my mother removed him from the home legally because he had done a big bad man thing repeatedly. So he got legally removed from the home and like legally put on paper that he had done big bad man things. Oh, that's sexist. Big bad parent things. Oh, and not the P. Diddy kind, just the big bad angry man kind, but not that kind of sick man kind. Navama Arishni Eva ala Ara Ama Aishni Evi Ara Ara Nevi. I just censored myself with tongues, and it was kind of incredible because it felt like I spoke in a different language to censor myself. How many steps closer to oblivion would you like to be with your feelings? Oh, Navala Ami Ishna Ara Vishni Kivara Devi Ara. So everybody in my society is bent over, homeless, wrecked, mentally ill, into some sort of black comatose. Not everybody, but you go outside and there's like dozens of people hunched over from that new thing, and they're like gone, and their muscles are all like. Okay. The reason that they're like that is because they're trying to bury like the types of things that happened to me my whole life. Yeah. Like, I've always wanted to have my tongues analyzed. Everyone says it sounds like something instead of nothing. And most of the time, I know what I'm saying. Not like I know that these are words, but like the tongues are represented in thoughts. And when I'm speaking tongues, I can hear what I'm saying in my mind. And even though it's nonsense, it's the same as what I'm doing right now with actual English words, except it's blah, blah, blah. I don't know if you know about how much it is. I don't know how much you know about speaking tongues, but this is something that some churches do all together. Like the Pentecostals go at it. It's actually said that God floods your voice box. Isn't that cute? Tongues is said to be God flooding your voice box. And it's a legit religious experience. And I never tried to do it. I feel a little tiddlywink crazy. It's like, okay, it's the spectrum of insanity in the human realm. Like, you're on trial. Are you insane or are you sane? Uh-oh, you're speaking in tongues. You're a witch. Like, oops. But yeah, I've watched a lot of religious documentaries, and yeah, one of the only documentaries I ever watched on tongues in particular was the one with, is it Morgan Freeman? I messed it up. It's It's a very popular African American actor with a lot of accolades, and it's either The Story of God or Finding God. I'm butchering it. But anyway, he goes to the Pentecostal church and he gets the cute girly who speaks in tongues and she talks about it and it's all cute. And then they go to the Pentecostal church and everyone's like, blah, 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 blah. But I was speaking in tongues a lot before I saw that. That's a good question. A part of me wishes I would have written all this down. A part of me wishes I don't care and I don't. So to the I don't remember when I first spoke in tongues. I do remember the first relationship that made me speak in tongues all the time though, and how stupid I felt. I don't read books, but I'm a video. I don't read books, but you can watch me for hours. I don't read books, but I like to talk about what all the books say. Just not literally. I keep on wanting to eat the books, to be honest. Like, there's no reading, and there's no eating, and there's nothing. So I'll show you what to do with a book. I'll show you what to do with a book. I'm gonna blank on it. Oh. Wow. The oblivion is calling. That sounds foreboding. I'm not even tripping like that. My PG oblivion is calling. The oblivion that I laugh at. Uh-huh. Huh. Oh no. Mhm. 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 I hope you're okay. Once upon a time, I had a boyfriend that was blanked by a blank, and then I got paranoid that he was not alive all the time. And for the first time, I was like, "Oh, I hope you're okay." I felt good to be relaxed, but at the same time, it won't go. Thank you, phone. The blanked by blank was. That one was fun. Mm. Bro, did you meet his mom? I love his mom, by the way. I like, maybe I didn't beg hard enough, but I begged him to get an apartment with both of us. I'm really glad she's where she's at now, though, and like, I'm super happy for her. Not sure she likes me, but he told her an interesting combination of things about me, as you can imagine. But at the end of the day, I didn't make that right, and I was psychotic as all get out. Talk about a bad look. Talk about me looking bad. Me. It was me. She. I guess it wasn't like he took me to meet his mom and it worked out terribly. I met his mom because of the terrible thing that happened to him. And we were both like witnessing one of the worst things we ever saw in our life. Her to the nth degree. I technically just met this guy a couple months ago. That was her baby. So, oh my God. But at the same time, oh my God. I was all tripping, like on holidays, like, oh my God, are you like having a great time with his mom and him? Or like, wow. As one should, if one is a good wife, arguably, I really did fall in love with his mom. Not that I was his wife, but roles are fun. I don't know why I want to talk about it. One time she swept glass into my garden, and I was wait. One time she was going to sweep glass into my garden, like she was helping me. And I'm like, please don't sweep glass there. And then she swept the glass, and I freaked out because I'm autistic and I have a history of stupid things. Well, yeah, so you wouldn't be crying to them right now. What an inconvenience that would have been, right? He told his mom that I cheated on him or that I walked out of the relationship on him, but he didn't tell her what he did. And he never told her that it was an open relationship in the first place. So he just told his mom I cheated on him, but not that it was an open relationship and that he cheated on me in the open relationship first. He omitted that part. And I didn't correct it because, like, what? But yeah. Oh. She would be so mad at him if she knew what he did to us. But whatever. She doesn't need any more anger or anguish from some messed up dudes in her life. She doesn't. Oh. But while we're talking about it, I wanted to live with that woman so bad. I like asked over and over, like, and it was pretty intense because he had the feeling like she didn't need it, and she didn't. She did it herself, and she didn't need it, but she was in so much pain, and I couldn't want anything other than for us all to be okay. And I knew that if she was in a situation that wasn't okay, he wasn't going to be okay. And it totally played out like that. When she wasn't okay, he just wasn't okay. And I was like, yeah. Been there. I have parents. I try to feel like it's not my problem, but at the end of the day, the Bible really messed me up, man. The Bible is like, nah, you belong to your parents. And I'm like, I can see that. Not that I'm a Christian on paper, but the Bible is some wisdom hard. The Bible gives me the most profound spiritual experiences there are for sure. So there we were, amongst the most spiritually profound. I love the part where they say I should be cast out of the town for menstruating. No. I should know what verse I'm quoting. We're gonna lose it on that verse now. Whew, testify. Testify. I got hair in my mouth. Okay. Huh. Hi, Jaden. Good morning. What were we talking about? We've been at it for an hour already. I got tears on my bed because I'm talking about being in love with somebody else's mother in a beautiful platonic way. And the way that I would have to clarify that is so incriminating, and we are not going there today. Oh, yeah. You might not want me to meet your mom. JK, I'm joking. I'm being so self-deprecating. Like, I'm the crazy one. I'm the problem. I'm the bad guy. I'm one with Billie Eilish. Joy. Oh, joy. Joy. Let's go drive to his mom and tell his mom about how crazy he is. I'm crazy. I'm Molly. My name is Molly. I am your worst case scenario. I'm joking. I'm not. I don't know where she lives. I'm crying outside of his house and I don't even know where he lives. I'm just spitballing. We're sister wives, so we have to plan some grandiose life together, right? We have to go get that matrimony. Earlier, I was like, hey, if we should both wait, this is incriminating. Wait, who's the criminal? Who is the criminal? I'm sarcastically saying I'm the bad guy. I'm stuck on some sentence. If the world is messed up and you and I are already messed up in the same way, we should do something. I love how cute and naive and how innocent I am. One of my biggest fantasies with this person is actually laying him on the floor. It's a spiritual exercise. And he wouldn't do it with me. And I did it myself during the relationship, and I understood what I was going for. It's like a psychotic break where you put your belly on the earth and you're one with the cosmos and the earth. I did it under his avocado tree in the cement, not his avocado tree. No. Kelly, there's fun crazy and like there's fun crazy. There's fun crazy like this dude made me psychotic, but I'm gonna rise above. And then there's some people that can't rise above and that were already far gone before getting put down. And I'm not even trying to call out anybody in particular, but there are some people that you can't trust to be in a room with. And I know those people in my life, and I think about those people and I love those people, but there are some people that you absolutely do need to protect yourself from. And when I said I was going to be like Molly, I was describing being absolutely psychotic, but not. But, like, for instance, what have I done? I talked, and sometimes I do scream. If you might have even seen me lose it while talking to you and absolutely convulse or speak in tongues, and like in the way that I will say that I struggle. I'm psychotic, but I know that talking is the answer and not like psychosis. Psychosis and oblivion is not the answer. Screaming until your lungs and your voice doesn't work anymore is not the answer. Even hurting yourself with stress is not the answer. Also, Molly was a long time ago. Molly was a long, long, long time ago. I want to have a seance and exorcise his demon. I'm joking, by the way. This is me being psychotic or weird, or like, I don't think he has. Well, if anyone can have metaphorical demons, I do, and he does. But I don't think he's a demon. I think he's human. And yeah. But I want a seance, like a spiritual something. We'll burn some mofo sage, y'all. I got a different sage thingy. I don't remember what it is. I have 3. We'll burn multiple substances and blast them. Oh, one of the reasons I started dating him, and he knows this, is because he mentioned magic and being a witch. And it's funny because one of the things I used to scream at him all the time, literally, I used to scream at him about what kind of magic he thought he had. What kind of magical magic is this, bro? It's powerful, but You know what's cute? I want to watch stuff done to him, and I don't even care who does it. Like, oh, I am an ego death enthusiast. It feels hella weird to come at you like this, but I am you. Damn, and I just want to say I'm sorry again. Every time I lay down spiritual things towards you, I have the sentiment like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. I'm mad about his spiritual shortcomings, but I had my own, obviously. I'm gonna take one step closer to oblivion. Well, like, that's the only thing people have been asking me to do on my YouTube channel. They're like, do that thing you don't do anymore. I love that thing you don't do anymore. And I'm like, okay. I don't even say what that thing is anymore. You're right. I told you that, but that doesn't make it right. That almost means like I'm his keeper and I like kept him fixated on one thing, but he was still all up in other things. And I knew he was all up in other things. Then just the fact that he didn't actually do it is whatever. I don't even differentiate the cheating between the things he actually did and all the things he would have been willing to do if the person he was trying to cheat with were down to go right now. And I've seen it. I actually saw it. I saw him with a somewhat willing partner, like just be like, hey, what's up? Or not really like, are you ready? But just like, hey, what's up? We discussed you being willing. What's up? Like weeks within. Okay, so the chick discussed being willing, but then life is busy, right? Stuff happens, right? You might be into your real relationship or whatever. Stuff happens. She like didn't respond to him, and like every once in a while he'd be like, "Hey, what's up?" And it was just like a matter of like he like laid down the groundwork and was just waiting for the hormonal cycle to click. No, there's a week where women get really, yeah. He laid the groundwork and he was just waiting for the moons to cycle until the chick was ready. So he's just like constantly laying groundwork on all the grounds, like trapping and fishing and snaring. And I'm like, hey, you been trapping or fishing or snaring? And he's like, no, I'm faithful to you and you. Right. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. So you're not trapping and fishing and snaring. And I'm sure that you're faithful to the woman that you're cheating on and me, because that makes sense. But I did ask to get the opportunity to be lied to. He's not happy. Oh, he does have a monogamous bone in his body. Do you want to know what it is? He can't handle his girl being with other men either. He gets super jealous. I swear my energy like blasted the stream down. Oh, gardeners outside. Okay. I think my energy broke my laptop. JK, it didn't break it, but like I was leaning towards the camera with crazy eyes beginning to rant, and then it died. So I really don't think it's monogamy that's the thing. I think it's like psychopathy, because polyamory would be one thing, but he is actually such a jealous person that he can't handle the other people in the relationship either. One of the first times he cheated on me, that was a point click response. I found him laying groundwork and lures and stuff all over Reddit, and I had been holding back, and we were polyamorous. But at the same time, I asked him, "Are you looking for? Are you trying to talk to other women?" And he would say no. So if you're in a polyamorous relationship, even if it's an open relationship, you can't lie about trying to talk to other people, because that's just woo. And so the first time, so I met somebody in my personal life, and I knew that I was holding back because, clairvoyant as hell, I didn't think bruh could handle it, or I was devoted and loyal, or like literally. But when I saw him lie to me like that, it was a point click reaction, and I pursued my other interest immediately. And bro was not okay with that. Even though it was an open relationship, even though he wasn't okay, because it seemed retaliatory in retaliation, and it kind of was, but it was almost like an undoing of the bow. It was like I was holding back and he wasn't holding back, so why should I hold back? And why should I hold back while you're lying to me? And I'll tell you something, I didn't lie about what I did. I was very freaking honest about what I did. And he couldn't take my enthusiasm for my other partner. He literally couldn't. He told me that he wanted to be monogamous with me and that he couldn't take me being with other people, and he thought he could. And that was the point, click, whatever. And amusingly enough, I do remember having a relationship polyamorously besides this, but I get the feeling that he cheated on me again, and then I tried another relationship, but I don't actually remember. I don't remember how I ended up monogamous with this dude, and then somehow I did have another relationship while we were still dating. I didn't even want it. It was actually like business, which is the funny thing. That sounded weird. I'm a content creator. And that was my motivation, my only motivation. And so it wasn't my only motivation, because I did get like emotionally involved with this person immediately, and that's what he couldn't take. He couldn't take how enthusiastic I was about other people versus him, which I can kind of understand, but at the same time, I was willing to give him everything and I gave him everything. So for him to be butthurt about me feeling things for other people is whoa. And he's like out there trying to feel everything for anybody. But yeah. And ripping it all open, that's really what it was. He was concerned at the depths that I was able to feel for these people I had just met. And I get it though. And the whole like, I'm an angry person, and oh, I tried to say your name and I couldn't. I was already an angry person before I met Mr. Your Favorite Wood number 5. And he like made me angrier, but he didn't understand that I was angry and I still wanted to be there forever, no matter how angry I was or no matter what he did. He didn't get that part. It was just like, PinkMoonLust is angry at me and she's so happy with everyone else. He always says, if there's someone you're holding back from being with, don't do it for me. And I'm like, do you think that I felt like I had a choice at every point? Like, what do you think love is exactly? He knows that he didn't help, but he doesn't understand. I've come to understand he doesn't understand romance on a human soul level. Like, I want to say womanhood, but that's kind of sexist because you don't ever, even men have a manhood, even though that's has a different connotation than a woman's womanhood. Yay for society. But and I think as I say all this, I realize that I'm kind of mirroring it back and that I damaged his manhood with my anger in a way that he can't cope with. But what he did to me and is continuing to do, and just did like yesterday and the day before, and is doing to you and me, and right now. But I wrote you a song called Love Bomb, and I love this song. Spoiler alert, the lyrics include the concept that that I'm anticipating more of a rage bomb. Or a nothing bomb. A nothing bomb. What's your favorite scent of flower? Everybody answer. I like jasmine and sweet peas. And something else permeating. Jasmine, jasmine, nicotine, but not the one that would poison you. Star jasmine, my lover, it's out, but my neighbor still has sweet peas roasting in the desert sun. Sweet peas blooming in the spring, perennial, the perfume roses outside my lair. Sunflowers, if you know sunflowers have a scent. Did you know sunflowers have a scent? It's really subtle. Oh my God. The sentence I have to offer you right now is I have extrasensory abilities. And I do not know what a plumeria smells like, although I do know that it is famous for its scent. And I don't know what it smells like in the slightest bit, but I just saw colors. And I had a very grandiose concept of what it must smell like to be your very favorite, because I know what my favorites smell like. Oh, I'm sorry your sense of smell isn't extrasensory. I have beautiful tantric spiritual experiences when I smell things. I'm very sensitive. The color that I saw when I imagined what I didn't even imagine it. I felt it. I had some sort of tantric exchange with Kelly here about plumerias, and I felt what plumerias smell like. I felt it, and it was like an arc. Oh, it wasn't like a full colored experience. It was like kind of like gray and dark, but there was like circular, not really flashes, but patches of color on the arc. Plumeria. I saw definitely a plum color. Those are the circles. I'm a shaman. Hooray. Being a shaman is so fun. They call you crazy these days, but in the olden days, they would give you a house in the village and ask you to heal people with dance. Would you like to dance? Oh, that's false advertisement. I'm not going to dance. I'm not dressed for dancing. Oh boy. Oh, I got a new match on Tinder. Is he my soulmate twin flame godhead? Oh no, it's my dad's name. That's fun. Ew. I'm sorry for laughing like a lunatic. Oh no. Well. You know, I don't count them out. I don't count them out. Just think how awful it would be if your twin flame had the same name as your dad and you just like didn't talk to them because they had your dad's name. That would be sad. I give even I can't say it. I even give the Davids a try. How many Davids are you gonna try? Are you gonna like blacklist all the Davids? That's like blacklisting all the Muhammads. It's just not smart. Oh yeah, my dad's name is super common anyway, so there you go. I'll be blacklisting a couple million. I would say I would talk some crap about David. I'm sorry, David. I'm sorry. I was cheating. My David is a my David was okay, I have to. One of the Dave there you go. I was cheating because one of my Davids that I'm tripping on the most, although the other one of my Davids was a Dave. Oh, hi, Dave Thomas. Are you the Dave Thomas? I'm sure you are. You've come to discover me. Do you want to do a band? No. Okay. Sorry, Dave. See? But I was just saying that I don't blacklist the Davids. Exactly. How could I do that? I don't blacklist the Daves or the Davids because that's not fair. That's like being racist. So Dave. Dave is my Capricorn number 2. I will leave the Daves alone. I left Dave alone and he died. You're gonna feel silly now. Dave also worshipped death, so he would probably feel quite satisfied wherever he is that I'm able to cackle laughing at what I just cackled laughing at. Dave would be so pleased to know that 6 years after his passing, I was speaking his name. Oh, thank you. There are many Daves, and not the Daves are all. There are many Daves that are human, and not all the Daves that are human are necessarily sweet all the time, but some of them are very sweet sometimes. No. I loved Dave with an unconditional love that I don't think I'll ever be able to replicate because I know better. I love Dave to the end of the earth in a way that I actually felt like I saw the end of the earth. I loved Dave on some planes of existence that equated to some kind of eternity. Oh, God. I loved Dave. And he knew it. I should go find his Facebook post asking where I was. I love Dave in a way that he acknowledged that was the real love. Oh, when he woke up, his blink was always still there. That's how you can tell she really loves you. When you fall out and everything you own is still there. When she gives every bit of everything she has to go home with you. Oh. I lived in hotel rooms with Dave, and I had to do something very specific to pay the rent. And I was very happy to do that. And no, Dave did not want me to do that to pay the rent, but I did because I wanted to go home with Dave. And I'll be darned if that wasn't like some functional thing. Like, I saw his life go down, 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 and I realized like how much I held him up, and I realized how strong I was and how hard I fought. And I will never forget. I hope I do, but it's one of those things that I will never forget what it felt like to do everything I could ever do in my power to go home with Dave and to actually just be home with Dave and safe with Dave. And on that other plane of existence, that level of oblivion with Dave. We both had a mutual understanding that the oblivion was what we really wanted, and we loved each other, but we really wanted the oblivion. And we ruthlessly pursued the oblivion, and he knew I was only there for the oblivion at the end. And it was funny, people around him would talk mess and be like, bro, she's only there for the oblivion, and he'd be like, yep, she's here for me and my oblivion. And he knew it and I knew it, and it was a joke. And for a while I would only hang out with Dave when I was on my period. And it was a joke. Like, I would lose my mind every time I menstruated and I would go see Dave. Not every time, but at the end. You slow down. You want to go fast? I do. Oh, darn. That was so stupid. So subconscious. I don't. Wait. No, I'm good. I love that. Bro, she's just using you for your oblivion. And you'd be like, yeah, I beg her. Oh boy, he would send me pictures to my email of giant piles of oblivion baiting me. And it never like affected me. I only checked my email like once every year or something. So I'd check my email and there would be a bunch of weird emails from this dude like tempting me into oblivion, and I didn't even think of it bad. It was like him trying to share abundance as opposed to like her like doing something bad. I thought it was funny. The lines get blurred, don't they? What is abundance and what is an oblivion? An oblivion to the abundance. An abundance and toward the oblivion. I love that I exit stage left. No, I don't want to taste the oblivion. No. As if I need to go forward. Oh, let's not. Dave passed away in 2019, and I learned about it in like 2022 or something. And I learned about it like it happened that day. I mean, that's what happened. I saw one of my best friends do that. I saw one of my best friends happen. No, I'm not sorry to hear. He is resting in peace compared to his life. Oh, I was sorry. I learned because I called. I was ready for the oblivion. I was ready for the oblivion. And I called him for the oblivion. And somebody who didn't speak English answered his phone. And this person had been struggling with the oblivion for 30 years. And his mom had paid his phone bill for 30 years or something, 20 years, some ridiculous. His mama and his daddy paid his phone bill for 25 plus years, even when he was in jail. They paid his phone bill even when he was in jail to keep the number. They had no idea how bad that was. They had no idea how bad that was. So I called his number in 2022 or something, ready for the oblivion. And somebody who didn't speak English answered his number for weeks. And they didn't know him. I went on his Facebook and he had died 3 years previously. And it was pretty great because I knew I left him to that. So it wasn't like some weird surprise. I think he died in a construction accident, which is surreal. Because this man really avoided being employed. And I almost want to say that his aversion towards having a day job well, there you go. I like Dave because he was maybe the most intelligent person I had ever met. He had a degree in electronics and knew how to solder things. He was in the military, the Marines, whatever the one has submarines. I didn't ask him about his service. I think he was dishonorably discharged. I could be wrong. I didn't really ask the timeline. I just knew he got in trouble for something really big. And he's perpetually in trouble for everything. Anyway, hooray. That's what you get for dating in your community if your community is bad. Anyway. Sometimes I consider talking to his daughter just to say what I'm sure she already knows, but this guy would talk about her all the time. And I feel like just telling his daughter that she was the absolute light of his life and that her childhood changed her father for the better more than I could ever tell her. I'm talking about wanting to talk to Dave's daughter about how much he loved her. Because she really was his favorite thing in his whole world, or the basis of his whole life, even underneath all the crazy chaos, was that he loved her. And he and I actually started dating because I saved his life. and because I have bad taste in men. But I saved his life. And he used to talk about it all the time, and it was sort of funny because he would build me up in these social situations. Talk about manipulation though, but like whenever I would go to be with him, he would tell people about me, and he would tell the weirdest mixture of stories. And I'm like, but he would always talk about how I saved his life and how I wasn't a thief. Like how I was the most trustworthy person he had ever met, or like he would just bevy me with all these compliments. And I probably did just have low self-esteem, but it was the truth that I did right, and that I tried to do right, and that I forced other people to do right, or at least I flip out when they don't. So he would always he'd tell two stories all the time. One of those stories I told him to never tell again because it was glorifying something that I don't like glorified, and also like making me out to be a person that I'm really not. And it's funny, like giving me a weird reputation. One story was that I saved his life, and that was real. And that was me, like being an empath and feeling and knowing what needed to happen, and also being generous. And also there's a bunch of things. He's a diabetic, and I ran to get him juice because he's silly. We actually had carbohydrates, but he didn't want to eat those ones because he's picky. So I got him juice when he was almost in a diabetic coma. He had lost his eyes. He was so confused, he didn't know how to ask for help, or like he didn't know where he was to call 911. And everyone in the house was sleeping, or worse than sleeping. And the people who owned the place we were, the landlords, the people who leased the apartment we were, they were ignoring him and leaving him to his whatever. Like he asked the people for help, and they said no. And so there was nobody to ask for help. And he wasn't even being loud. He was so sick, and his blood sugar was so low that he wasn't even like screaming for help or anything. He was just having a normal conversation, like with the volume I am right now, to his brother, telling his brother that he was dying and he didn't know where he was. And I woke up out of my extreme unconsciousness, and I saved him. I asked him what he needed, and he needed juice. And I actually ran to the store and I bought him juice, and I gave it back I gave him the juice, and he drank the juice, and he regained his eyesight. And then I remember looking in his eyes while he was blind. He has blue eyes, God help me. They're rotted out, right? Oh joy. Sorry. Burned, or that. Sorry, I'm dark. I remember looking into his eyes and him being blind from the diabetic coma. Or not the coma, but him being blind from the diabetic implosion. Like his blood sugar was so low that he had gone blind. And I remember looking in his eyes as he drank the juice, and as he regained sight, I could see him go from blind to be able to see again. And you bet your butt that this was an intense trauma bond. Or like, yeah. Yes, I saw him go from being blind to being able to see me. I saw his eyes switch from cloudy to back here. And I didn't know this guy. He had actually ignored me to work on computers. Like I had shared a social situation with him technically before like 7 people in an apartment fell asleep, if you can call it that. And he was an idiot. Everyone else had food, and he only. Yeah, I forgot this part. We went to Burger King as a group, and everyone in the group ate Burger King, and he only had a piece of pie. As a diabetic, he had one piece of pie, and then never planned to eat again because that's my life with Dave. And so he had one slice of pie where everyone else had a real meal, and then everyone else went to sleep, or worse than sleeping. And everyone else was too asleep or too I'm telling the story of my boyfriend who passed away in 2019, but I'm telling the story of how he fell in love with me, which was me saving his life. And I'm telling this story because he told this story like 200 times or more over the course of like 5 years to random people. Anyway, and so when I went into social situations with this man, I would have this weird reputation of being like this saint who saved somebody's life. But he also told this other story, which I will tell also because it was both stories. He would tell these two stories mostly, both together, and it painted some weird picture. Anyway, I remember looking him in his eyes while he was blind from his diabetes and going towards a diabetic coma. And he came to. And of course, he fell in love with me immediately because I'm the most beautiful thing you could ever see. But I'm especially enchanting when I save your life with my own money. When I spend my own money and I run to the store to get something that's going to save your life and I run back and I give it to you, I must be particularly enchanting, I would imagine, especially if you're blind and then you come to and you see me and I'm like red from running and I'm beautiful and I'm in my 20s for real. And anyway, I remember him regaining consciousness and looking me in my eyes. And he definitely fell in love with me, and we started a relationship right there. I didn't know this guy at all. He had ignored the hell out of me. And I've since learned that men ignoring me is like what I'm into, which is so weird. Like, I'm not into it. It drives me insane. But, and I don't know. Oh, I have daddy issues. There we were. Anyway. So he regained consciousness and he could look in my eyes and see me. And the first thing he started talking about was his daughter. And he laid it on pretty thick. He was like, "You just saved somebody's dad." And he started talking about his 9-year-old daughter. Like crazy. Like, just like crazy. And I was lost at that time. I was in a really bizarre romantic situation that I can't even really describe on an all ages broadcast. This is kind of edgy, but life is real, y'all. So yeah, after he was done being like, I don't know if we actually slept after that. I don't know the chronological order of events, but I remember him taking me home. I saved his life, and he took me home. I never really told this story like that. It's kind of weird. I never really looked at the chronological. His blood sugar was so low, he was about to go into a diabetic coma, and nobody in the apartment cared. Sorry, that's funny. Those were bad people. And I cared enough to run to get him juice with my own money. He didn't have $1 to his name. Anyway, so then when he regained his consciousness, sometime in the next 3 days after that, time is funny under some circumstances, as you may have deduced. That was deducted and deduced together. Deduced. I did that on purpose, though. Anyway, I'm clever. We went home, and it was beautiful. It really was. He was a wrestler. This is already hilarious. He was a championship wrestler in junior high school or something. That sounds so weird. We literally cuddled, but cuddling with a wrestler is a different type of cuddling, y'all. We literally just cuddled because I'm not about to. Well, sometimes I'm about to, but not guaranteed. So he took me home and we cuddled, but it was more like grappling. What's a half Nelson? I think he might have, but it was very like kitten half Nelson. Like kittens are aggressive. That's not a good. I don't know what kind of innocent type of half Nelsons I'm talking about. What is a half Nelson? I think I know what it is. Okay, that's kind of, well, yeah, but amazingly, while we're on the subject, one of the things I remember about my time with Dave was absolutely the grapple cuddling, but I actually just remember the grapple cuddling from the beginning. Oh, dang, this is too revealing. He and I had a very carnal relationship, to say the least. So I only remember cuddling like the first day, to be honest. But then there's sleeping, which is kind of. He would sleep and I would be the big spoon, right? He would go to sleep and I would be the big spoon and I would like grip him like this from behind. And this memory is crazy for me because I have physical disabilities now. And I can't even do what I did with Dave. I couldn't dream of holding somebody while they slept. Any like my body hurts too much to hold people in most positions for long periods of time, or like even when I try to hold people, I can feel my body clenching up a lot of the time, so I know that I can't. But as I say this, I've also had magical unions that make my body feel really bright and vibrant and able. So maybe I'm just hugging the wrong people or trying to cuddle the wrong people. That sounded really catty. But anyway, I have these amazing, not really amazing, it's these weird sort of, okay. Besides when Dave took me home to his parents' house, I actually lived in Dave's parents' house, and I was invited to stay there if he would have done his time. He had a jail sentence he had to go do, and he refused to do it. He only had to do a couple months. And I was so naive. I didn't realize how good we had it. I was willing to maybe I shouldn't say this because I would never do this with anyone ever again under any circumstance. I went on the run with Dave. I did the run. I could have stayed at his parents' house while he did his jail time and been waiting for him at his parents' house, but he refused to go. And it wasn't even, it was like a couple months. He couldn't handle being incarcerated for even a couple months or ever. And I understood, like, his horror towards jail permeated his consciousness in a way that I haven't really thought about in a while. Actually, like, he and I were something else. And then when he had to go to jail or not, he didn't sleep for 4 days. And he refused to go to jail. And then he went totally insane and he never came back. At least not that I saw, not that I stuck around for. And it was pretty intense to recite all this because he used to brag about our relationship, that the reason that he and I were together was because of our communication. And then he didn't sleep for 4 days and never communicated with me properly ever again. And if this isn't your above the influence commercial, I don't know what is. Ooh. I didn't know what it was to be homeless enough to know that I should have fought to stay in his mother's home. He's like, let's go on the run. And I'm like, okay, that sounds exciting. I don't want to live with you and your parents and have dinner every day. I did. We should have stayed with his parents and had dinner every day. Hi. We're talking about my ex-boyfriend who died in 2019. I dated him in my early 20s. I tried to date him again, if that's what you call what we did, in 2022. But then I found out he was dead. And I actually made some content. Wow, I made some content crying outside where this is a weird broadcast. I have videos of me crying outside this place where he and I were together. I love that I made money. People bought that. That's interesting. Oh Lord. So when I figured out he was dead, it was like we were still dating and he died. I swear to God, I reacted some type of way. I sobbed my corpse out for him. I don't even have a corpse yet. Oh, Lord. Also, I felt saved. I'm not gonna lie. Had not being here made my life better. And I'm sorry to be as real enough to say that. But I think about that. He broke my grandma's heart too. He didn't try to P. Diddy her, but he stole from her and lied to her and manipulated her. And that was where I tried to draw the line. I thought about that all the time. I was like, this dude hurt your grandma, and you still want to do what with him? But he knew it too. That was one of the things. Like, he knew what he did, and he knew who he was. And he really knew that I loved him for him. One of my favorite memories was when he was too lost in the sauce. Not my favorite memories. I don't know. My favorite memories of this person are so dark. Anyway, he was so lost in the sauce that he's literally like, for like days, right? He's like not paid any attention to me for days. And he keeps inviting people over. And we're not put him on blast. Let's go. We are house sitting for his parents trusted him to house sit. What a horrifying event. You have no idea how trash that house would have been had I not literally been there scrubbing the floors of the dog mess. I scrubbed the floors of the dog. We weren't even supposed to have dogs there. I'll be honest, I'm not even a dog person. I'm a cat person. Don't get me wrong, I love you and your dog. Don't get me wrong. When I wanted to marry the blonde boy, I wanted to sleep in the bed with his dog. For real. Anyway, oh, and I wanted to marry the other David. Oh, his dogs. I wanted to be a member of the pack, I assure you. Anyway, you have no idea how trash that house would have been had I not literally gone behind everyone. The house was still trashed. They spilled nail polish in the dresser, the clothes dresser. They spilled nail polish inside of the dresser where you put clothing. I'm ranting. It was one of our guests. I'm not even mad at them. Somebody else did something terrible that I hope that I never get blamed for. This is a big story. Somebody else did something terrible that I hope they never thought that I did. Because that is some BS. Anyway. Good night, Dave. YB Ghosty just said recently why did that make me dizzy? Gossiping and negativity creates negativity. I guess I'm having a big negativity bomb. But I feel like I've also just, like, who am I to judge what my life is? Like, I am judging what my life is, but there's no way to say the things like you stole from my grandma. Like, and I am gossiping, but like, bro, you stole from my grandma. I think I need to say that out loud. He graffitied my grandmother's house too. He graffitied the walls in one of my grandmother's bedrooms when she let him stay there. That is one of the most traumatizing things anyone has ever done to me. Oh, shoot. Does it count if the grandma isn't alive anymore? JK, this is somebody else that I was around for. Yes, it counts, but then you're just stealing from your grandpa. FML. No, I'm talking about somebody else's grandpa. I've actually never stolen from my grandpa, which is a great thing to say. Bro, damn it. One time I took a Christmas ornament. I'm banned. I'm banned. I was a teenager. I repent. Should I give it back? Am I in trouble? Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna confess. The truth will set you free. So there's only one thing that I stole. It's funny that I would correct myself though. And I was ashamed that I did this. It was a Christmas ornament. I still have it, I think. I know I still have it. People tell you to go to therapy, but there's really not a therapist in the world that has time like this. Like your whole life, like what you actually need to put towards therapy. And also, I've had some interesting experiences with therapists. Oh, God. First of all, one time I went to therapy and I got followed repeatedly to the door of my therapist's office. This dude asked me to the office and I was going there every week. So he knew my schedule. I didn't even know this guy. I'm literally just trying to walk to therapy for something horrific that happened to me. I have therapy credits from the court. And I'm trying to walk to therapy from the court. The court gave me therapy because that's the only way out of that. They know. There's not even a way. Here I am fatalistically telling you that I don't believe this. The therapy on a general level is the way, but the type of therapy that I was offered was horrifying and it didn't help. What was also funny is the courts were able to oh no. You know, a part of me is afraid that if I talk too much, then they could use it to overturn something. And it's funny because it's not that what happened didn't happen. It's just that I'm crazy, and I'm afraid that if I say I'm not crazy, but I have. How am I going to say I'm not crazy when everyone calls me crazy in a derogative way? But I know that I'm not crazy. So when the court gives you therapy, they can use the notes that your therapist writes about you in court. And that was funny. That was funny in and of itself. I felt like my therapist. No, there's no point in saying this. Wait. It's funny, the spiritual tightrope talking. Yeah. It makes sense though, because like the court is gonna provide you with a situation where you're talking. So of course they want to know what you said. Exactly. And I want to say something about what my therapist said, but I'm actually like afraid of the implications it would have legally, which is messed up. I feel so muzzled. But it's so funny. What's important? Like, what's important in your life? Certain things are important, like that conviction not being overturned, and that the person that did what they did, they got like 40 years for doing what they did. Doesn't that tell you that they did something pretty big? They got 40 years and they have to serve like 28 of it or something. But even after they serve what they have to serve, they're not allowed to be in the general population. But I'm still scared. That was so funny part of my life. Like, if I talk too much or if I get too inappropriate on the internet, then what? It's intense. I became a certain kind of content creator after this happened. Like years after, unrelatedly, or whatever. And I had to think about that. Like, if anyone ever did something terrible to me, and I had to take, again, that if someone ever did something terrible to me that I had to take them to court for, that I would get to talk about what I do professionally. And that was an interesting moment, like a pause, or like something I had to push through spiritually. And also I thought, like, there's a lot of videos of me crying. There's a lot of videos of me with my eyes rolling back into my head. There's a lot of videos where I have tics. I had to think about being myself and having that used against me. And it was an interesting journey to be brave enough to be myself. humans are human. I'm proud of them still. I made the guy who did terrible things that gave him 40 years in jail for laugh. I made him laugh after he That's one of my best moments. I swear, my proudest moments. I made him laugh and I gave him counseling and I told him that I understood him. And there was a moment where I had the opportunity to retaliate. I mean, he wanted to be friends with me afterwards to try to make amends, which is a lovely manipulation tactic. And I considered doing what he did to me when he didn't expect it. And then I realized that this is how evil grows. I realized that the seed of evil had been planted in me by this person's evil. Humanity, evil, human evil. And I realized that this was how blank begets blank. I don't want to say the V word, but this is how V makes more V in the world. This is how evil makes more evil in the world. And I confronted him in a court of law for what he did to me instead of stooping to his level, his evil. Instead of making him make my hands even dirtier. Also, when that man put me down, I realized I was one of them. When he put me on the cement, I realized that there were two classes of people. The people who would put me on the cement and the people who would pick me up. And the very moment he put me down, I realized that I had been putting myself down exactly the way that he did my whole life. And I realized that I was one of them. And the very moment he put me on the ground, I stood up and I picked myself up. And in as much as it was a life-defining tragedy, I will say that that's what it took to get me clean. And that's messed up. But I do credit that. Not to say that I didn't continue to struggle my entire life, basically. But I realized that there were two people. Two people. Those who were going to put you down and those who were going to pick you back up. And I became, then the only person who can really pick you up is yourself, no matter who's trying to pull you where. The rock bottom was also the anger. He had told me that I deserved what happened to me just because I was outside, just because I was homeless. He literally said, like, and I know he was just being psychotically manipulative and just evil, but he's like, I didn't even do that. You did that by being out here. Oh boy. I'll show you where I am. I'll show you where you are. I got smug a little bit. I did. I just got smug. I get a little bit smug. Sometimes I get a little bit smug, but what can you have as a woman? How could you not get a little bit smug? Like, you take that from me, I'll put you somewhere. I'll make you think about it forever. And what I took from his, I took his choice. I took his choice like he took mine. He doesn't get to choose to do that to somebody else, at least not in the same context as me, freely in society. I get a little bit smug. Well, I was gonna. The alternative to this was something pretty deep. So I felt like I got the vengeance, but the vengeance was righteousness. So I like feel a tiddlywink vengeful, but not really. Like all I did was talk. Once again, all I did was say the truth. Oh, all I did was prove the truth. That was fun. Oh, and to his credit, I think he eventually admitted to what I did. Well, what I set in motion, what I said happened. I'm pretty sure I remember that he admitted it. That he tried to fight all the other charges and that he admitted it. And it was sort of a special, weird, sort of like, oh, I got special privileges among the people he did things to. Well, it wasn't that hard. I mean, I had like the moment I saw the courtroom. I had this weird energetic experience the moment he touched me, and I remember looking in his eyes, and touching is not the word. I had an energetic spiritual experience the moment he did what he did. And I felt the courtroom. I felt the people there. And I felt the courtroom the moment he put and I knew that this was all I wanted. The courtroom. That not have when he blanked me, I heard other women screaming. I had an energetic experience where I could hear the other women that he had done things to. And the other women were real. We went to court together. And I heard them. I screamed my head off, and I heard their screams in my scream. It was for them. I was just walking home. I was homeless, intermittent of walking to a relative's house, but walking to the only place that felt like home while being homeless. Oh joy. And I didn't make it home like I wanted to. And I imagined another woman just trying to go anywhere and not being able to get there because of this individual. And I wasn't having it. It was for them. It was for that girl who would have met him next. They messed up. Also, people change so much. People change facially so much. Like, even in 6 months, people can look so different. I can't even believe it, especially if they're living a hard lifestyle or unhappy. Oh my God. So they messed up. The DA or whatever messed up, and they didn't give me a lineup thing for like a year. Or it was like, I don't know what. But they acknowledged that they were supposed to give me this thing a long time ago, and they didn't. And so they give me the lineup. I was so scared. I was so scared I wouldn't be able to recognize this guy. But of course I did. Anyway, he's in the courtroom, and the DA is like, "Is that the man?" And I'm like looking at him. I don't know. I'm like half blind, or like not half blind, but my eyesight is not the best. And I'm like looking at this guy, like I can't. But and then I like look closer, and he's just aged, and I'm like, yes, that is definitely him. Plus, you had his DNA on me, so let's go. I almost fainted in court. There's two things. One of them is kind of vain. I thought that I chipped my tooth once, and I almost fainted. But luckily, I didn't understand how teeth work. And I didn't chip my tooth at all then. But that's one thing that almost made me faint. When I thought that I chipped my tooth, I almost fainted. In vain, I am. And then in the courtroom, this is something people do on the stand. They faint. You hear about that all the time. And I not to be judgmental or whatever, but I did kind of think it was a little bit dramatic. Oh, she fainted on the stand. And yes, I'm a terrible person for saying that, because on the stand is where the worst things ever, where you talk about the worst things ever. That's where you talk about it. So if you're not going to faint there, where are you going to faint? But I never really understood people fainting in court until I was there, and everything almost, the edges of the screen went black. Yo, the edges of the screen started to go black, and everything went up. They asked me something, I don't remember what, and I'm struggling to talk. And at some point, I realize that I'm not winning the struggle, and the edges of the screen the world, the edges of the world are going black, and my eyesight was wrong, and everything was lifted up, and it was like going backwards and upwards, and maybe upside down, and I almost fainted, and they could tell, they could tell that I almost fainted, and they were like, do you need a minute? And I'm like, yeah, I actually super do. Yeah. And so they gave me a minute, and then I was fine, or as fine as one can be. But that was such a mixed bag, and there's so many things that I want to talk about that are not in my best interest to say, which is just so messed up. Like, whose best interest of what? Man society. Man society. Another thing that makes me angry was that there was supposed to be another charge, and the DA only realized it kind of at the end. Or like, I was kind of mad because it just goes to show like how hard all the judge people and all the DA, and not the judge, but like, well, the judge working hard, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I didn't talk to the judge a bunch. Like, I talked to the DA and like the public defenders and stuff. Anyway, talking just made me realize that they have so much work that they miss things. And there was supposed to be another charge because I lost consciousness. And that kind of made me mad that wasn't in the whole thing. Because like right before I'm about to go in, the DA talks about a couple details, and I tell her something that's written down every time I ever wrote anything. That was one of the biggest parts of it. And she's like, what? He made you blank? And I'm like, yeah, he made me blank. And she's like, that wasn't fully conveyed to me. That's a whole nother charge. And she's like frustrated and like not wanting to add the other charge. And I guess I didn't push for it, or I didn't realize that years later I would have wanted that noted. But anyway, fine. Oh, I'm a hoarder, and I wanted to hoard every charge I could get against the people who I already had a handful of charges against. That's hilarious. That's great, putting that into perspective, that I'm just a hoarder trying to hoard all my charges to protect myself as long as possible. Oh my God, I want to talk about this experience real fast. I want to talk about this experience. Then I might actually, I don't know what I'm doing after that. The person who I'm talking about, Sajid, he was a person of color. And I got to learn so vividly how prejudice exists so vividly in this earth. Uh-oh. So first of all, that's probably my first case of psychosis. I wouldn't have even characterized myself as psychotic at that point, which is beautiful. Becoming psychotic in my early 30s has given me so much perspective on how much resilience I had in my early 20s. And I'm so surprised I didn't go bat blank crazy in my early 20s like I am now. Like I was so strong for so long and I finally got broken. But there were years where I wasn't broken in the way that I am now. And I'm so surprised that all these other things didn't break me. I respect my resilience so hard. I can't tell you. I can't tell you how beautiful and how strong I was my whole life. And I only acknowledge it when I no longer feel anything like beautiful or strong. Or like, I know I'm beautiful, but I'm an ugly creature on the inside. If you just judge me by what I'm thinking, I am not pretty. I mean, I have intrusive thoughts that take a good percentage of my consciousness, and they are awful. And maybe I was just running the whole time, and it would have been this awful had I not thrown myself into oblivion or what have you. But I don't know. Wait, I just said the oblivion made me better, which isn't true. No, I just take it back. Wait, the oblivion made me who I am. And I love myself, but let's not descend back into oblivion, please. Just the definition of the word oblivion would probably dictate avoidance. Oh, so a person of color did something really big to me. And then in the days afterwards, oh my God, I had a psychotic episode. I was just talking about people changing how they look over the course of short amounts of time. Somebody who I was friends with didn't look the same as like a couple years ago when I was closer to them. And like 36 hours after that really terrible thing happened to me, this person rolled up on me on a bike and I was crazy and I couldn't see people of color without some sort of panic. And I also really didn't know what the person who hurt me looked like. I don't know. I did. But I just met this person, didn't know them. And so like, I thought it was also dark. So yeah. And so my friend, who was a really good guy, actually, 100% good guy, which is a rare thing for me to say about people. Judgy McJudgy pants over here. 100% good guy rolled up on me on a bike, on a bike, and he was being playful with me. And I thought that this guy who was my friend was the dude who had just blinked me. Like I had gone psychotic and every person of color was like a terrible threat. And I didn't recognize the person on the bike at all. And I thought he was the man. I thought the man was chasing me on a bike saying weird stuff to me. And I actually ran away in horror, confused. And then as I'm running away in horror, I'm on my grandmother's property and I see this other person of color in the distance. And this other person of color makes me begin to have a panic attack. Makes me nothing. I get triggered. I didn't mean to say makes me. I'm talking about my psychotic break after a person of color did something terrible to me. And then I just got scared every time I saw a person. And scared is not the word. I thought that every person of color approaching me was that man. I have bad eyesight. I do. I have bad eyesight. And I thought every man who was a person of color was the man who did something bad to me. And I'm like, whoa, white woman, panic, implosion. Who am I? 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 What has just been done to me? And I will never forget. This is one of those ones where I hope I will never forget. This is like a beautiful slice of life. There's this. I'm in panic. I am panicked. I am not just panicked, but I'm stupid panicked. Because obviously, if I think that these people are the people who did these things to me, I should call 911. But I'm not even like that. I'm so crazy. I don't even know what. But I think I also registered that I wasn't sure, and I registered that I had lost it without actually knowing the depth of what losing it is, by the way. Like, I didn't know that I had lost it. Like, these days, if I started having psychotic symptoms like that, I would know that I'm just suffering from schizophrenia. Or I'm like firmly aware of that now. Or what you all call schizophrenia, which is a whole other bag of worms. But anyway. So I'm standing in my grandmother's driveway and a person of color is approaching me, and I have lost it. I am horrified. I'm also a deer in headlights. I'm actually frozen at this point. I have run away from the dude on the bike who was actually my friend, who I thought was the other guy. Run away from the dude on the bike. I'm standing in my grandmother's driveway. I look in the distance. A person of color is approaching me, and I am horrified. And I can't move. I'm frozen. I'm horrified. I'm frozen. I'm horrified. I'm sure the person approaching me is the person who hurt me. I'm sure that it's that person. Or I'm deluded. I'm fucking out there. And I'm standing there. I'm frozen. And this person approaches me. And they don't even look at me. They're not even interested in me. They're nobody I know. The only thing they are is a person of color. I mean, didn't mean it like that, but I mean, the only thing they are to me that made me feel some type of way is that they were a person of color. And not just that. I'm pretty sure this dude was a straight up kid. Pretty sure he was a teenager. So a kid. Or, yeah, somebody who is like less threatening than a man, or innocent, let's say. And he walks past me and he doesn't even look at me. And to be honest, I'm used to most dudes hitting on me, period. And if they don't hit on me, they still usually look at me some type of way. And maybe I'm being narcissistic, but that's not narcissistic. That's just real. It's just real. And so not only did this dude or this kid not even look at me, he didn't even pay me the normal amount of attention that mankind generally pays me. And so I realized, I had lost my mind, period. Or the lightweight losing your mind at that point. But B, it was like, oh, this is how racism works. Or one of the ways racism works. Because it works in many mysterious and obvious and mysterious and obvious and obvious and mysterious and obviously mysterious and mysteriously obvious ways. And I was horrified of myself. Let's be clear. I was absolutely gobsmacked, horrified that I was afraid of people of color. Because basically that means that I was putting that one man's actions with everybody else. And I realized that immediately, that person who walked past me had absolutely nothing to do with that individual who did whatever. And thank the Lord that I was able to. Sorry. No, thank the Lord. I wonder if Kelly caught my internal thought. Thank the Lord I was able to stop. No, but for real. nobody deserves to be grouped with a bunch of crazy, terrible actions just because of one crazy, terrible man's actions, period. And I was able to stop that response. I was able to, I retrained the way I felt. I'm gonna not say anything else. And I did it right away too. That one man walking past me was the end of me projecting my bad experiences onto other people. That's not exactly true because I still don't trust mankind, but I don't like I understand that like one of you doesn't speak for all of you. Oh, I meant people, not even like the colored people. Sorry. I love talking about racism. I really do. It's one of the things I feel like I was put on the earth to talk about. Oh, the white savior is here. Sorry. Sorry. I think your favorite Wood 5 introduced me vividly to the concept of white savior. Not that I wasn't aware of it with all the missionary stuff, but oh, that sounded weird. I meant like making me aware of the concept. Yeah. Not that I wasn't totally unaware, but you just called me out on the vibe. Oh Lord, I actually don't feel. Oh, what do I feel about being Caucasian? Oh, welcome to my karma. You need a lot of sunscreen. Sorry, I laugh about fair skin having any kind of betterness because you just burn. Like, that's so better, right? No, sorry. Don't get me started. I don't want to say the S word. I have one burnt supremacy. Sorry. It's hot in here. Is it just me? Whoops. Earlier, I referenced YB Ghosty's, one of YB Ghosty's most recent snaps was like, gossiping is negativity. But I think talking about, I think just that like, oh, I don't want to gossip because there's higher vibration things to do. Is like, you want to be real about what happened because you'd rather be more positive. Oh, you don't want to be real about what happened because nobody needs your negativity? That's actually a book title, but it's one of my closest book titles to my heart that I've ever had a book title. It's stories nobody really needed to hear, but that I wanted to tell anyway. That's my book title. Stories no one needed to hear, but stories I really wanted to tell anyway. One of those stories is I almost hemorrhaged emotionally. I used to weigh 300 pounds. And did you know that your uterus can just like freak out? It can. Especially if you weigh 3 times the weight you're supposed to. Your uterus can just go haywire. Especially if your whole life is misery and like 10,000 pounds of stress. I have like a ridiculously clockwork menstrual cycle now, which is so surreal to think about. I menstruated for 90 days when I was a teenager. 90 days. I'm pretty sure it only stopped because the doctors gave me medicine to stop it. And it was really intense because they would give me these pills to stop it. And it would stop. And then I would stop taking the pills and it would just start again. As soon as the pills were off, it would just start again. And the best part of this story is that the same thing was happening to my mother. And that we were bleeding out in tandem. Everyone needs to hear that story, right? My mother was psychologically bleeding out when I was a teenager, and I followed her into the abyss of lifelessness via my uterus. Oh, hysteria. Oh, hysteria. Oh, hysteria. Do you know why I sing this word? Hysteria of the uterus. Oh, am I crazy? Subject change. Do you know that anyone who actually liked staying up for 3 to 4 days at a time must have been like into being exhausted? And you know how funny it is to I was just imagining what it felt like to menstruate for 90 days and the lifelessness that provided. And I imagined my prevailing activities decades later. They're not really prevailing anymore, but I don't know how many years. I don't think you're ever safe. That's the whole funny part. You're not ever really. Recovery is an everyday thing. I get scared. Whoops. Yesterday I said something about my dad, and I told him that I needed more time and I didn't want him to kick me out of my apartment yet, and I just needed like 1 or 2 months, and I was scared. that I was going to relapse. And he mocked me. And I came to him really seriously, like I worked really hard to make myself safe. And that I felt really broken. And I told him that I really didn't want to go back to where I was. And he mocked me and he threw me out. And in that moment, I felt really vengeful. Like I came to him because I was scared of myself. And that I wasn't sure I could trust myself. And that's a funny feeling. That's actually what your favorite wood number 5 feels like, or must kind of feel like he's addicted to doing these things to women, and he doesn't think that it feels good, but he still does it. And I did make the decision. I made a decision to relapse a couple months ago, and I didn't do it, but it's good to talk about it, I think. Now I know the circumstance, well, not that it's a mystery, but I know the circumstance that I am vulnerable, which is sort of hilarious. Oh, I don't care, which is a problem. I should probably care. My mentally ill dumbass self just asked, what's there to care for? Don't answer that. I'm worth it. Me just not crawling the walls is worth it. Me not depending on somebody else is worth it. Me karmically laying down my desire is worth it. Hey, Kelly, did your favorite wood number 5 ever talk about his grandpa cheating? I think I got the right patriarch right. Somebody taught him how to do this, obviously. Or you learn it by yourself, sure. Somebody taught him how to do this. And I guess I kind of project. I had questions about the integrity of my ancestry on a spiritual level. And I had a time where I leaned into some interesting feelings and stances spiritually because I felt like I was something from blood, genetically. Well, I don't know how anyone could ever know the plot while losing. Oh, it's called autism. I was going to say, how can you lose the plot while knowing the plot? Autism. That's not the only reason. That's not the only reason. When I met your favorite word number 5, I came at him with a lot of confidence, like a spiritual guru. And I was like, I know the way to spiritual awakening. He thought I was crazy, obviously. And maybe he's right. But it was sort of funny because I was like, I am a guru. And he's like, okay, I'll try that. And then he's like, nah, you're not a guru. You're crazy. I'm a guru. And then I'm like, okay, I'll follow you. He never really said he was a guru, but he said out of us, he was the guru. Maybe I'm misquoting him. I remember the energetic exchange. And I remember distinctly being like, okay, I was literally like humbled, like, okay, let's see who's right. Let's see who spiritually awakes what with what technique, homie. And that really was our relationship. For reals. Like, for reals. I'm a guru. No, you're crazy. I know what's to be had magically. And I'm like, okay, I'll watch. And yeah, then I yelled at him, what kind of magic was that? What kind of witch are you? Really magical, bro. Hocus pocus schmocus. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 Wow. Okay. I was gonna say, when my stream crashed earlier, when I was like all close to the camera with bug eyed and my stream crashed, we were talking about whether or not he has a monogamous bone in his body. I don't think he does that. I want to talk about the monogamous thing, and then I want to talk about the experience that made me. What is it? Why I fell in love with your favorite word number 5. Oh, your favorite word number 5 and I were supposed to be polyamorous together. it actually hurt his feelings that I wanted to be polyamorous by myself, but I wasn't willing to have a girlfriend with him together. Why not, Kelly? Like, why wouldn't I want to bring another woman into this? Like, why wouldn't I ever want to do that? So he would talk about like wanting to have a girlfriend with us both. And then I would think about woman to woman conveying exactly the type of things that he put both of us through. It was literally like, why would I go find another woman for you to break her heart with me? And for us, like, okay, it's going to go two ways. And this is me being fatalistic, but I'm talking about uncontrolled, pathological, out of your mind cheating. So not to be fatalistic, but this dude is woof woof woof. He would like not necessarily prompt me. I don't think he got it either. I don't think I was honest with him either. Like, no, I will not bring another woman into our relationship because you're gonna do two things. You're gonna continue. You're just gonna cheat on us both, which I don't necessarily think that would have happened, but I didn't trust him to not do weird anti-togetherness. I didn't trust him not to talk mess about me to the other girl, calling me crazy. I had seen the types of things he had said about me. I didn't trust him not to just break me down to another woman and to go off into the sunset with this other woman talking about how crazy I am. And I was scared. Yeah, but all of that being said, not like I'm coming at you in a weird way right now officially. Who's calling me? Nobody. Why'd I make that noise then? It's from Metro. You want to see it? Wait, am I showing something else? Oh. It's from Metro. Whoops. I forgot what I was even talking about. Oh. Nope. I'm such a chicken bleep when it comes to women. That's the real reason he didn't get a girlfriend with me. Because I'm chicken bleep. Because it could have gone both ways. If I was scared of him being weird with the other girl, then I could have just beat him to the chase. But like, why would I even bring a woman into the relationship and be like, by the way, he totally devastates me perpetually. You want to fall in love with him too? We can cry together. But I actually really wanted it. Cha la 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 la. I'm gonna go take one. With this terminology, you might see me get the opposite of Cali sober eventually. If I'm calling like what I'm calling one step closer. Oblivion Jr. It's dangerous. Let me put my goggles on so I can practice whipping. Wow, my subconscious is intense. I wasn't even trying to say nothing. Okay, I'll be right back. Bathroom break. I forgot. Wait, how's the. Okay. Camera angles are fun. That was an interesting boat. Feels interesting facing what I felt for Dave earlier. I literally was just walking through the hallway absentmindedly. And I had the thought that I genuinely missed him, which is cute. I think I just like, it's going to sound narcissistic as hell. I like the relationships where I felt like my true authentic self. That's kind of tongue in cheek, because what's my true authentic self? I don't know. A raging bleeper? JK. Oh my god. No kidding. I just imagine how it felt throughout my entire relationship with your wood number 5, like clenched up and like this beautiful combination of totally free and totally silent. Totally free to talk about all these things. Totally silent simultaneously. One of the things I want to do most in my... Oh, no. Okay. That's how it goes. Whoa. I said that one goes. I actually literally felt some weird Tetris blocky feeling in my chakras. I said one thing, but I meant another thing. And I felt this weird Tetris feeling of like blocks clicking, but it was moving, and I don't even know. Do you know that spiritualism defies explanation by definition, and you're just left guffawing and chortling? Not the guffaws. Oh, you're left looking crazy. I'm gonna go get me some plumerias, though. That I know. Oh, shoot. While I was going to the bathroom, I realized something. I have pure joy with wanting to come to tell you this. I don't know. This is joy. What is this weird ass feeling? Oh. So I wrote Kelly an album last night. I was actually just trying to pad my Pink Moon Country. I was just gonna pad up my Pink Moon Country, which is a different album with a couple pads, if you want to call it that. And then I had like 4 songs about the same thing. I'm like, this doesn't even belong on the Pink Moon Country album anymore. It really doesn't. This is something else. What was my point? I just lost it. Bro. I don't even remember what I was talking about. One of my favorite Virgos and I would forget what we were talking about a lot. I wonder why. I'm not even talking about our favorite wood. One of my other favorite Virgos would forget what we were talking about all the time when we were talking, and we would say, it must have been important then. And it would make me feel better. Sometimes it made me feel worse. I was laughing about something. Oh, crap. I remembered. Oh, God. I think I'm going to need a drink of water for this one. Deflect much? Not to put everything or anything or everyone or anyone on blast here, but I guess that's what we do here. So the other day, literally, I told you I wrote a song called Love Bomb yesterday. The song is actually about, oh man, what am I walking into? The song, wow, where am I going? The water was a tool to deflect because I'm totally not there anymore. But I did need the water. I'm so fun as a 35-year-old woman who knows all her tone ticks. I just remembered the context upon which I was willing to talk about. It wasn't really that I became suddenly unwilling. I was like, what the hell are you saying and how are you trying to say that? That's what I just had in my inner thought. Yeah, let's not lose it again. Did I? Crap. I'm fun. I am crazy. I never said I wasn't crazy. That's one of my niches. Deflect, 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 deflect. That's a song. This is fun. The song was about not being sure that the love bomb would necessarily ever be there. So last night, I think I felt like, whoo, I felt like, do you remember describe playing chicken, the game of chicken where you're about to crash and the person who pulls away is the chicken, but if both people don't chicken, one of you have to chicken or it's not good, you know? I felt like you and I were doing that in summer. Last night, I felt like I wanted to talk to him suddenly, and I realized, Also, I tried to make it like I tried to set myself up in this thing. I was like, I told one of the people who I'm attempting to date, I was like, how crazy would I be? Crazy. If I said everything I said to you, and I'm still saying to you, and then I wanted to go talk to him. Like, what do I have to say? What am I doing? How crazy would I be? And so I conveyed that that was not my intention, and that my intention was to permanently stop talking to him. And I didn't really think that you and I would have such deep a dialogue, if you could call it that at this point. But that was the thing. When I began talking to you, it was supposed to be the end of talking to him. And last night, for the first time in all of this, I felt like talking to him. And I'm laying there, and I think, now correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that be a little bit two-faced? Exactly, two-faced for me to say, or like two-faced, if not duplicitous. Is that how you? I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but I'm laying there like, oh crap, we went there. You're funny, I'm funny, we're funny, I'm funny. You said prepare for the love bomb. And I actually did unblock him. Not because you said that, just because I'm insane. He called it. No. I unblocked him. And I'm laying there. I love my song. I love my song being such a weird representation of my life, like so vividly. It's too much. I'm laying there and I'm feeling a direct urge to want to talk to him. And I realized how two-faced it would be in our relationship. I think I was surprised. Is that an accurate assessment that that would have been two-faced if I would have just started chatting with him last night? Under any context? Because that's what I felt. And I was kind of laughing at myself. I don't have any female friends. And this all began with me doing something terrible. Karmic outpouring much. This is from when I was like 13 years old. But anyway, so I'm laying there in my bed and I'm wanting to talk to him. One of the things I wanted to text him was just, wow. That was one of the things I really wanted to say. Just, wow. But that's so useless, isn't it? So I rep the schizo. I fly the schizo flag. So I think once you do that, anything you think or feel, just put like I mean, the spectrum of things that you can think or feel. Once you rep the schizo, it's a really big thing. A big spectrum of things that you can feel or imagine or perceive. I didn't let myself like deep dive into it, and I wasn't like upset for hella hours, but I knew that you were kind of yelling at him. And I imagined y'all possibly making up. I guess I'm facing the fact that I still feel some type of way, like vividly. Mm. Did, my question is like, did you see me do that? I was actually, what was I imagining? Crap. That was a really grandiose spiritual experience I just had right now, complete with like visions of energetic ejection. That's hilarious. That's a great phrase. Oh, I look over into the distance, perhaps embarrassed. No. I laid in my bed. Oh, I unblocked him. That was my level of reaching out. I unblocked him. And I laid there sad that I knew he wasn't gonna frickin' message me. And I laid there feeling like disingenuine as a person. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe I don't know. I think you attempted to make a pledge with me. I think I conveyed anger and disbelief. Yeah, I was sitting there crazy. Like, I don't remember how hard I pledged anything. Ooh. Oh, and the schizo, or I don't even know if I can blame my schizo. The whole cheating thing. The whole cheating thing just makes you so crazy in a way that I've never actually been cheated on. I'm the cheater in my relationships. I'm joking, or like not anymore, but historically speaking, just ask Dave. Just ask Dave screaming in his grave about my infidelity. Anyway. That's one of the reasons I understand this subject so deeply. Yeah, but so with this logic, whoa, I'm crazy. With this logic, I take this crazy. These broadcasts are giving me some really beautiful experiences of watching myself play out my feelings in a way that I'm truly enjoying as an observer. Thank you. I think one of the reasons he and I are so close is because I know the depths of Twitch. One of the reasons he and I are so close is that I know. Oh, whoops. My Buddhism allows me to accept a lot of BS, I guess. Because that's all an illusion. Yesterday didn't even happen. Yeehaw. Oh, so he and I are so close because I know how sick he is. Oh, and I'm the crazy one. Or endlessly. Pathological lying is a problem. Oh, in my book, I just don't count on them to tell the truth anymore. Or what I do is that I just have to ask him if he's really telling the truth. Slept like a baby. I don't think he's that privileged. But, to his credit, it does hurt him to hurt us. Oh, and he loved us. Wow, I'm seeing colors. Whoa, it rotated. Everything. Like, you know, when you're drunk and you spin? I'm not drunk. I don't drink alcohol. The Lord have mercy. Bless the world, I don't. Wait, disappearing? For hours? That's uncharacteristic. He didn't disappear to talk to me. I remember that vividly. I'm gonna jump rope a tantric hell because I love you. Oh, the disappear for several hours. Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. Eat. You know, my gardeners are here for a cameo. Wow. This is the type of dude that you can never trust to go anywhere. Like, you can't even trust this dude to go to the store. Thanks for helping me make my D soft towards him again. JK. My dandelions. My dandelions. My dandelions are losing their poise. Oh, he does not feel safe with me. Safe is not the word that I am. I don't feel safe with me. Don't report me. I'm fine. I'm chilling. I got some water. I'm safe. I feel safe. I feel safe in my music. Oh, yeah. Just important enough to TORT. You're so important to me. Just important enough to totally destroy. I think I wanted to watch you yell at him in text more than I wanted to text him last night, actually, now that I'm remembering this. Oh, the bonding experiences of humankind. Uh-oh. Um... I walked into one thing. I said, uh-oh. And then I walked into another thing. Oh, my journeys. Oh, you mean when he moved out? Yeah, he did that. Oh, I thought you meant when he was still in your house. 'Cause I do kind of believe he was sleeping, but which one of his freaking statements do I believe? Oh my god, I can't believe him for anything. That's so weird. Why do I believe that? Why do I believe he was sleeping? Why? 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 Well, at least he told us both the same lie for once. Okay, remember I told you I don't count on him to tell the truth? That's what it is. I don't. Or if I really think about it, I realize how ridiculous I am for believing anything. And I just understand that anything he says to me might not be real. But there we were anyway. I'm happy that I'm not really crazy. I'm happy to be myself. Oh, bro, I was just gonna start giving him credit for the things that he should have credit for in his life, but I'm not sure you want a pep talk for him right now. I understand. I want to ask something, but I don't. It's one of those blacklisted things of all of YouTube. I don't even know if I want to bother sign languaging it out, but I wanted to ask you it. Sometimes I get a little. Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to ask you if he told you about trying to check out when he was really young. He tried to check out. And, when I think about that, I feel like I'm just a bad person entirely for coming at him any kind of way. When I think about that, I feel so remorseful for ever yelling at him or for him ever having to deal with my own mental illness. Like, I feel so remorseful for ever making him worse in any way. And I feel selfish. I felt like I took him. Oh, whoops. Isn't it beautiful? I have a straight tantric blank on your question. Um, well, you get what you accept. So if I accept that, then I do deserve that. How's that? But do I want that? Whoops. Don't ask me. JK. Direct questions. Okay. I said it once. I said earlier that I said I suddenly realized that I might have an affinity for negative spiritual situations because of the whole energy factor. Oh, crap. Oh, Kelly, there's no lying or no truth anyway. There's only judgment. Sorry. If your truth is some sort of psycho whatever that we're gonna need to talk about for like a decade, I guess I was willing to marry the bleep. So if you're willing, stand by your man. Yes, Kelly. Yes. Your man's just crazy. You're not gonna stand by him anyway? He just had poor male examples in his life. He just needs love and patience and understanding. Thank God I don't believe in Christianity to think he needs Jesus or something, like literally. I'm not trying to thump him with the Buddhism necessarily. I am, but I'm not, whatever. Well, if you can call spiritual righteousness Buddhism in an umbrella way, yeah, I'm gonna force you to stop lying or stop talking to me, but not really, no. Well, I'll go crazy and make you want to stop talking to me, apparently. Actually, now that we're really delving into this, I'm gonna be surprised if that guy still wants me, but maybe I just have low self-esteem. Is it our fairy tale? I think he's mad at me. I don't think he wants me. So I'm actually in the stance where I would be flattered if he was something other than angry about me. So I'm still like clamoring for his positive attention and not really worrying about whether or not he's going to lie to me. Is that not the most beautiful, straightforward thing I could ever tell you? So, uh-huh. Once upon a time, I was complaining to a different ex, Blondie number one. I was complaining to Blondie number one's dad about the way that Blondie treated me. And Blondie number one's dad checked me and he was like, if you know that's the way he is and you allow him to continue, then it's on you. And it's been on me for a while. Yeah. If you think that you want to lie to me, go ahead. That's kind of my stance. Not that I'm not going to be kind of surprised when I asked you 5 times if you were lying and you said you weren't. And then you were. But then we got to talk about that. Yeah, I guess I'm a real Buddhist guru and it's just like an ongoing thing. Oh, I'm so virtuous. I'm all about that thing that Lauryn Hill warned you about, that guides are about. Maybe we're a match made in hell for that one. Yeah. Well, the other thing is like what I said and like we just established. If he's still not all entwined with me or whatever, he's just gonna be doing this weird stuff to another girl who may or may not be ready to like. Wow, I sound so weird. I've heard other women talk like this. Wow. Thank you, Kelly. Puke. I have heard other women talk about this. I like this part. Oh. I don't mind being down bad for this guy because of how down bad I was for all the really down bad guys. That's not good. I told him that the other day. I was like, whoops, maybe not. Oh no, I did. I said that he was amongst the most verbally gentle, and he was surprised. And my response was like, nah, these dudes are crazy. He's gentle as he destroys me, Kelly. He's so sorry. Oh. Stand by your man. Communicative while he's lying out of his back door hysterically. Call me crazy, you mofo, crazy mofo liar. Kelly, I wrote a song. I don't know how bad it is or not, but it's called Bro, Why Are You Cheating? Well, I should go find it. I don't even remember listening. I don't remember what stage of production this song is in. It might just be lyrics. It'll probably take a long time. Bro, why are you cheating? I wonder if I could find it more easily than I thought. Let's go. We're gonna search my email for the bro, why are you cheating? Oh, one of my favorite boys texted me back. Stay tuned to see if I get married to him. I don't open his texts on stream because we talk in voice notes. Oh, we're so communicative. Dude, there's been hella earthquakes in California, and I feel like it's me rumbling. Namaste. Anyway, oh, we got lost on the phone. That was fun. Already lost on the phone. Already lost. Wow, I just got hungry. I've been in a trance all day. I'm fasting, but that's just how people with disorders say it. Oh, you ever come at me talking about intermittent fasting? I will talk to you about diabetes. Okay, we're gonna find the bro. Why are you cheating? Oh, it just got real. I wrote this song a long time ago, and the only reason I didn't release it was because of you. Because that's a little too passive aggressive, right? Bro, why are you cheating? This might be bad. I don't remember, like I said, I don't even remember its lyrics. I don't think it's a song, or I would have seen it in my history. I might not be able to find it. Bro, why are you cheating? Let's ask the AI why bro is cheating. That sounds so fun to me right now. But I also need to eat food. I just remembered I have some food to eat that's portable and liquid. My favorite autistic meals. Um, bro, cheating. Wait, does that even work? What did it? No, it doesn't work like Google. Why are you cheating? That should work. Wow. Do I talk about him cheating so much that I have so many things about cheating? Oh my god. Well, even though I deceived you personally, Kelly, I was rooting for the deception to end and that it was BS the whole time. I don't know. This is a fucking oops, drop the F word. Feather in my cap, scale on my armor. What is that? The piece? I don't know what the freaking phrase is. Oh no, bro, why are you cheating? Navala ama ara ishni ibi kira nala ama ara ishni ibi ama ara I. Ask me why I think that blonde guy is my twin flame. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, I tried to find. Oh, Blondie number 2. Yesterday, Blondie accused me of cheating on him. Wee! Monogamy is so fun. Monogamy is so fun. My favorite part is when they're monogamous with you. Like they strap you down and then they dump you. That's my favorite part, where you shut yourself down emotionally to every other person romantically in your life, and then they dump you. That's my favorite. Oh, we're gonna ask the AI why bro is cheating. Oh, okay. We can just wait. This has a crappy speaker, so let's hook it up to the Bluetooth and call it a day. Where is my Bluetooth? It'll come on, hopefully. Hopefully it's not in the living room. Hope, hope, hope. Wait, is it dead? It is in the living room. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom. Grab my portable drink that I'm actually really excited about drinking. My roommate bought me it, and I forgot. I meant to drink it already. I was gonna be like, my roommate really loves me, by the way. Like, I complain about my roommate a lot, but there is a lot of love there. Wait, I don't know if I complain about it that much. I just go psychotic and I have to say why. Is that complaining about your roommate? Maybe. I'll be right back. So my roommate bought me 2 of these because he knew I was sad. I feel sorry for that guy. You know, like, at least in my relationship with Yorwood number 5, I was like mad at him. Imagine being in a relationship with me and then all of a sudden I just go insane and start crying hysterically and you barely even know why. I'm explaining what happens to my roommate and I. Anyway, my roommate knew I was sad, so he bought me girl drinks. And I drink these in little sips because having a bunch of sugar at once isn't a good idea. If you're trying to avoid diabetes, which is not a joke. Oh, diabetes runs in my family. Oh, Dave had diabetes. The rest in peace Capricorn. He was a diabetic. That we were just talking earlier about him almost going into a diabetic coma. So, and like my grandma was an uncontrolled diabetic. One of those uncontrolled diabetics, like asking you to go get them cookies and candy and stuff when they can't have any cookies or candy or stuff. But anyway, joy. Whoa. This has citrus, which is interesting on an empty stomach, but yeah. We're going to ask the AI why bro is cheating. I kept on forgetting that and then getting excited. Also, I've left the Bluetooth speaker. I'm going to go get it real fast. Hopefully I didn't just flash. Oh my god. Anyway. My room is hot, but I don't want to turn on the air conditioner. Story of my life. I didn't brush my hair enough today. Oh no. Alright, I have to turn on the air conditioner. It's happening. Okay. That's not working. Alright, get it. I'll be right back. Like that. I'm turning on the air conditioner. And it's right there. Hooray. Wow, dangerous. See, this is hard. Life is hard, everyone. Okay. Okay. Good line. I keep on forgetting we're about to ask the AI all of our deepest questions. All of our deepest questions. Okay. Bro, why are you cheating? Okay. So I think the first prompt we're going to try is, bro, why are you cheating? It must be because I'm going to get mad. I already know. Let's not mad. Okay, it's going to be great. AI is going to make me totally happy. They're not going to blame me. AI is going to make me totally happy. Bro, why are you cheating? It must be because oh, an error. Don't you love Suno? I love Suno. Why? I pay for this. I love saying that. Ever since I started paying Suno for the service, I'm like, this is what I pay for. Okay. Guess you could try to use the app even though I don't like the app. The real question is, where is my other phone? Whoa. That's the real question. So, the phone that I usually use for whatever we're talking about is not immediately available. I'm going to check the living room with class. Lord of mercy. Well, that's weird. Great. Wait. It's already cold in here. I'm such like a Goldilocks. I'm going to. Okay, so for one reason or the other, I have misplaced one of my most important phones. And I kind of have a memory of just like being very sleepy and shoving it over here randomly. Okay, here's 1, 2, the. This is bad. Also, I'm not being careful. I'm sad now. So freaking Suno won't work on one phone and I can't find the other phone. You want to watch me get mad? Okay, so for real though, I'm mad at Suno. I'm mad because I paid $30. Oh, that reminds me. I don't even have the app on this phone. So I can't even go to the app to try to use the lyrics if I wanted to. So, guess we're going to try to restart this phone. Alrighty. I haven't lost any of my phones in a while. So this is a great feeling from my past. Okay. Do I really have every single one of them except the one I wanted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess it's just over. No. JK.
I looked at you a little while ago.
So weird. What in God's name? Terrible. What is this? This is an Ethernet cable. Fun. Okay. Is it just under a pillow? Is it under this? It wouldn't be good, but I'd accept it. No. Well, I found it! Thank the Lord. It was on the bed the whole time. Yay! Yep. I usually don't put people through me not being able to find stuff, but that's what we did. Ta-da! Actually, I need to take one step closer to oblivion. Wow. Hooray! Now we can solve the age-old mystery of, bro, why are you cheating? I'm actually gonna end this stream and restart it.